feedback and slack from our transportation fee of $3 a kilometer, and that's both ways. So if we were to rent, if a guy wanted to rent the seed drill to do about 20 acres up in that hilled up Bristol area, it'd be about $600 freight, transportation fee. Could be about 100 clicks one way, that's $300, and $300 back is 600, and so we're getting a lot of pushback, some pushback from it. People have said, no, we're not going to rent no more. So we were looking at reducing that or adding it. We sort of yesterday we were maybe mentioning about adding, cap it at a certain amount, because it's no use having that equipment if it's just going to sit there now. And I know it's a service, and we've argued about it a bit, but at $3, and the staff is saying that it costs us $3.15. That's a 95% return, cost recovery, I meant. So, are we going to start looking at 95% cost recovery on everything that we do and maintain and provide? So we'd like to get that reduced.
Richard, what's the number? Shane, reduced to what?
But we're looking at half of it. We know before we weren't even charging, and we'd like to regroup some of the costs, but not the full 95%.
Do you have something?
We were also talking about maybe some kind of a base fee that would accommodate kind of everybody. You know, maybe $250 or something like that, that would kind of cover everybody. Huh?
250 was too much, because I mean, you're looking at 250 total, not
like,
one way.
Yeah, like a base. Yeah.
Dustin?
And another comment that came out of the meeting yesterday was possibly increasing some of the rates on the equipment to take and cover it off. So I think what came out of the Ag Service Board yesterday was to possibly send staff back with it and get them to bring us some options of something that might be a little more feasible to our ratepayers for renting this equipment.
Okay, well, we hashed this out a year ago, so I guess we're going to do it again. But I don't have the documents here. You guys throw it here today. I had it all written down last year. That's why we came up with this $3 a kilometer, because I had it from the competition and everybody else that rents stuff out. So if you guys want to bring it forward again, that's fine, bring it forward. But I don't think today doing short notice is the time to do it. We can always change this in the future on the master rates, but we need to get this forward for other stuff that's in here. In all fairness, you bring it to staff, bring it forward, and we'll go over it all over again in the future.
Yeah, we just didn't have time from yesterday's meeting till today to do it, so.
I don't think it's going to be a short discussion, so, but you guys have every right to bring it back at a different meeting.
Yeah, no, we started getting feedback, and staff has said people have canceled and said, no, we're not going to pay that transportation costs, so just leave it there. We're not going to rent it.
Would it be fair to bring back at the second meeting in March? Would that be before rental season starts? It needs to be done, dealt with before then, for that?
Richard, did you want to say something?
Well, it's definitely going to be a conversation, because we know that based on the price of the equipment, especially the last drill and also the land roller, that we're not in a recovery. We're not recovering the cost of it in the rental and or any repairs. So we said, well, fine, we'll at the time, we'll throw that in there, and not expect full recovery, but when you know you have a set cost for employees and a vehicle to do the delivery and pickup, that's a number that's pretty hard to subsidize. But again, that's another conversation that we can have, that it's gonna take a little bit of time for sure.
The importance of the master rates is the increase for development permits for wind energy conversion systems, and the utilities, the cost of water. The utility bills will be going out in the next week or so, so that needs to be addressed, Mr. Chairman and Council.
Yeah, I knew those had to be done, that's why I was saying, let's bring this back and.
Well, yeah, I'm completely fine with moving it, just we want to bring it back so we can discuss that further.
Okay, is there anything else in this bylaw that anybody wants to talk about? Speak to all of us. Is it? Well, you can bring it up. What are you looking for, Dustin? Okay, I don't have anything else, so, who moved that? Michelle?
Michelle?
Michelle? Okay, motion for second is on the floor. Vote. Okay, that's carried. With Robin in there now, do we want to just go by show of hands, or or are you good the way you're going?
Easiest for you, Mr. Chairman.
It's
to
easier for me
maneuver.
just to look up and look at him and look at the screen, so. Okay, we'll go the same way we're going. Okay, I need a motion for third. Blaine's moving third. Vote. Okay, that's carried. What are we at for time here? We got enough for one more?
Yep.
6.2, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2022-04, Fire Services. First reading has been completed. Recommended motion that council to provide second reading and third reading for Bylaw 2022-04 as amended.
Lloyd, you're moving second. Any questions or comments on it? Richard?
Okay, I gotta find the right page here, but, under remuneration rates, and I think I'm in the right section here. Sorry, I'm a little bit, behind on this one. Can somebody tell me what page remuneration rates are on? Or is that not even part of it?
Is
No,
that,
it is.
are you referring to policy?
Jeffrey?
No, no. Okay. I believe you're referring to policy FP05, paid on call compensation system.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries.
Apologies.
No, this was just wording in this that was done. There was no. Okay, everybody's good with it? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Yeah, he voted. Third, Shane, you're moving that? You have the floor. What's your comment?
My comment is,
What page are you on?
that's what I found, page 63.
No.
Page 63. Enter boundaries of incident without authorization, $1,000 fine. Now, I got a problem with that, because how are we gonna get authorization when incident, it can be a fire, it can be an accident, whatever. I'm just gonna bring up 2 incidents, and this is why I'm opposed this. That one year, when we had that cattle liner roll on Highway 1 north of the 524, there was cattle all along that highway. I got a phone call. I went out. I found a big black steer right at the intersection of the 524, nobody around. He was on the highway. I went, shone my lights onto oncoming traffic, flashing them so they'd slow down, so they wouldn't hit this 1,500-pound steer. Another guy come, we got it out of the off the road into the ditch and into my field to the east. There was other people that showed up with side-by-sides and helped clear these cattle off the highway that night, which would have caused serious harm. We put some in my field, we rounded some up and chased them up to the corrals. No, I never had no authorization to do that when I entered the scene, but them cattle were out on the highway, and so if I got to sit there and wait for somebody, we could have had a serious accident, could have been a fatality, whatever. So I, to wait for authorization to enter the site. Last year when we had, the grader started that fire on Danny DeVoe's place, the neighbors and that all were at the incident before the fire department and helped contain it so it didn't get into the river coulees. If we would have had to wait for authorization, that would have got into the river coulees and we would have been there for days and days, getting bombers in to fight that fire in them coulees. And that, so I don't like that, the way it's enter boundaries of an incident without authorization, $1,000 fine. I think it should be removed.
So, Mr. Chairman and Council, I believe the intent of that is someone that goes on scene, is disruptive, and does not have, has been asked to leave, and is not listening to the incident command. Is that, Jeffrey, the gist?
I think it's discretionary, though.
It leaves it open for interpretation, and that would be at the interpretation of the peace officer. So the only reason that would ever take and become an issue is if they had a reason for it to become an issue. And it gives them, by leaving it open like that, it gives them an avenue to take and remove somebody and charge them if necessary. So when it comes to a fire scene, if you show up to a scene and as ranchers, ratepayers, whatever, you're trying to suppress the scene and contain it until the fire department gets there, you don't need any authorization to do that besides the Good Samaritan's Act, right? So that's you're doing it in good faith. That's where the line is. So I've only ever seen a couple people get charged under anything in this act, and it was due to gross negligence.
Kim?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. One of the examples was like with the steer on the highway. Once they've relinquished the scene, once they left the scene, anybody can go on the scene. So generally this is like in an example, when you have a structure fire and you have to hold the scene for 24 hours till the inspection, but people start trying to looky-loo inside the building and you scatter away and scatter away. This gives that ability to keep that scene secure.
I understand that, but if I was just some rancher going on a cold January day, going through our bylaws and everything else and read that, he can take it the wrong way, saying, well, enter boundaries of an incident without authorization. How do you really take that? How do you really interpret? If a guy's reading this, because this is on our website,
So if I was, so for myself, if I was reading it, I would understand that if I came on if I was helping and I wasn't asked to leave, I would be authorized. Or if I was doing it in good faith, or something like that. I would not take it that way. I would be, when I, excuse me, when I read that, it's like a house fire. That's a great example. That you're not supposed to enter, and all of a sudden you want to enter it. The scene instant command says no, and you still enter it anyways. I don't think this is new. Is this new? And I don't think it's ever been utilized.
Go back to 61, look at 16 too. Oh, Jeffrey, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think the way the bylaw is presented, especially in the Schedule A where it talks about the specified penalties, in the table itself, way over on the left-hand side, it says offense under, and it makes reference in this particular case to section 14.7, subsection F. So to try and keep, the table, I guess, as distinct as possible or as concise as possible, you would basically then refer back to section 14.7, subsection F, and if you read it in its entirety, it says, no person shall enter the boundaries or limits of an area prescribed in accordance with section 6.2, so you have to then also make reference to section 6.2. That person has been authorized to enter, and this is, I think, the critical part. That person has been authorized to enter by the incident commander, the duty officer, member in charge, or other ranking officer with authority to authorize the entrance. So I think you have to read it in its entirety. The penalty is basically saying, if you've gone into the scene, which we've just discussed, if you've gone into the scene and you don't have the authorization from one of these individuals, kind of as Dustin has alluded to, as Terrell-Lynn has explained, then you're in violation and subject to the discretion of the penalty. And so I think you have to read it in its entirety, but like I say, for the purpose of the schedule, we tried to keep it fairly condensed, and as Terrell-Lynn alluded to, this isn't a new penalty or offense. This has been in effect since this bylaw was first adopted by council way back in whatever the first time it was, probably back in 2014 or 15, somewhere in there.
Thank you for that, Jeffrey. Does it make more sense now on how it's written in?
yeah. I mean, I don't know where to bring the rest of how Paul Harvey would say the rest of the story up. But, we had the argument beforehand about, and I've asked for 3 years, pretty well to have a fire school. Because I learned something from my fellow councilor here, Dustin, at one fire, about not to try to fight a fire in a coulee. A lot of ranchers and that don't know about it. I've asked for some, that we have a course for the people that are, the farmers and ranchers arriving on scene. So they know if there's a bomber in the sky to get out, because it's crucial. And then we've brought up about this becomes a legal thing. That farmers and ranchers shouldn't be there because it's a legal liability. So then when we talked about that, that's where I picked up on this fine. So I mean, we got, some gray areas there. So that I just wanted clarification and know where we're going with this, because these farmers and ranchers, they're showing up and they're coming and that. And I've asked for a school, that we have a course during the winter. It's no use now anymore because we're going to be hitting calving season. So the people can attend that wanted to learn some of these important stuff. And when the fire department is there, fall to the back, look after their wings, because at times the fire department can't, and it flares up behind, and that's where the farmers and ranchers do their job, looking after the wings of it. And we all remember there was a conversation not too long ago about the legal part of it all. So that's why I brought that up, about the $1,000 fine.
Well, and I think your idea of education for that is still in the process. It's just COVID's kind of put a stop on all that stuff for the last year or so. So it'll be. Oh, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you are correct with your response to Councillor Hawk there. The interim emergency services coordinator is working on that, and it would be an education piece to the public. It's just that the interim emergency services coordinator has quite a bit going on these days, and so trying to juggle many balls is challenging. So, but it is in the works, yes.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Okay, our delegation, we're running behind here, so are they on?
And we need to go and close, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Dustin's moving to go in closed. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Is Robin, are you back? Okay. He'll get back in when he gets a chance. All right. We're ready to go. The floor is yours.
Hello, Peter.
I couldn't think.
Please present. Just for everybody, we are in the process of updating our land use bylaw. The municipal development plan was approved in October. The next step is the land use bylaw. We have Peter assisting us in this process, and we are currently, there's been I believe Peter has presented to council before, and this is just an update on what's going on, and public consultation will be occurring in the near future.
Yes, we have public consultations scheduled February 24th and 25th of this month.
Yep.
for energy commercial uses was added as well as work camps. And we looked at the wind energy facility commercial and amended the specific use regulations to really differentiate between what is provincially or federally regulated versus what should be municipally regulated and looked at. So that took us to the first draft that council saw. And so for the second draft, it gave us a little more opportunity to make sure that, you know, the document was a little more consistent and readable, which is one of the things that we mentioned to council in October, was that, you know, the first draft was a really good draft, but what we wanted to do was really improve it even more. And so the readability and the consistency in the language, because we were sort of adding things and taking things away or amending things, we still had underneath the bylaw was the old bylaw and the way it read. And so what we did in the second draft was we went through the entire bylaw again to make sure that from a readability and consistency, that it looked as though it was all a new document now. That also meant going back into the land use districts and making sure we reviewed every single use. We made sure that, you know, is it in the right district? Is it in the right category in terms of permitted or discretionary? What should go to the MPC and so forth? And then we looked at the comments that we had received in the various public stakeholder meetings, as well as administratively. The comments came back from administration and council, and looked at those and added things in terms of different regulations and different uses in terms of the bylaw to that. So we did that, and we did it in terms of the whole document as a whole. The other thing we did was that we looked at the things that were overlays in the bylaw. So one of the things we did, we had a meeting afterwards with the Department of National Defense and specifically CFB Suffield, and got a better understanding of what their issue was. And so we've crafted that overlay so that it specifically deals with their issues. We also went back and we looked at the overlay relative to Medicine Hat Airport and made it more consistent in terms of what the airport vicinity, you know, protection regulations are that the city of Medicine Hat has relative to their airport, and made it consistent relative to what, you know, the county's regulations would be. In terms of the general regulations, as I mentioned, we looked at those specific use regulations for consistency and language, and also compliance with other regulations, such as, you know, provincial regulations and requirements or federal regulations, as well as council policies and bylaws that you have. We looked at the animal regulations and moved those into general regulations from the districts. And that way we've got a consistent place where we have those regulations so that it will be applied consistently throughout the document. The minimum setback requirements were reviewed for each of those, and specifically the minimum requirements relative to rights of way were also looked at to make sure that we can cover off things such as transmission lines and where utilities are relative to widening of roadways. We also looked at objects and structures that were prohibited or restricted in yards. So those are things like storage containers and swimming pools and those type of things, and where those are and how do they get regulated and what are the setbacks for those things. We looked at things such as site servicing provisions and added that. We looked at tree clearing provisions and ended up removing that particular regulation. And we looked at you know, the substandard lot provisions, removed and addressed it under an existing non-conforming section. Dwelling units on a parcel were also addressed relative to the size of the parcel and also the districting of a particular parcel. So you know, looking at your country residential versus your agricultural districts, and making sure that, you know, the number of dwellings you have on a parcel relative to the size of that parcel. We also looked at, in specific areas, we looked at accessory development and structures and amended it relative to the size of the structure. So similar kind of idea. It's about scale on a parcel. We added things like campground section, commercial greenhouses in terms of class 1 and 2, and the impacts that they would have and what we're regulating relative to those greenhouse operations. We looked at move-in buildings and added regulations to that, replacing the old section on modular homes. We reviewed and amended the wind energy facility, particularly the small scale and commercial, so that looking at the the provincial federal regulations, we're looking at that relative to what those requirements were and making sure we're not duplicating what they're looking at versus what the municipality needs to look at. And then looking at your fencing, landscaping, and screening, and those were in your current bylaw. They're sort of scattered throughout the bylaw, and so we wanted to make sure that those were sort of consolidated and looked at in one section of the bylaw. And we also looked at and added a section for telecommunication towers as well. In terms of the development and subdivision process, we looked at that overall in terms of language for, make sure we're consistent in how we're looking at that in terms of time frame, in terms of process and those type of things. We looked at the development permit extension and revisions and added language to that section as well. And so that sort of covers the things that we looked at relative to draft 2 of the bylaw. We're quickly kind of looking at, where do we go from here as part of the bylaw, and that was sort of mentioned already in terms of next week we have 2 days where we're opening it up for public review for the public to come in and give us their feedback and listening to them and what they have to say about the bylaw, and then incorporating that along with the circulation comments, incorporating those into the bylaw. We'll bring it back for public hearing. We're anticipating in April for council to deal with the public hearing and the readings for the bylaw. So specifically looking at the things to mention here is that the legal review and the draft of the bylaw will be circulated to those agencies as required, so that they can have their input, and so that it becomes more of a smoother process as part of adopting the bylaw, incorporating any necessary changes that come out of that, and then bringing the bylaw back for the adoption process. So that concludes my presentation on the land use bylaw update to this point. So Reeve, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thanks, Peter. I don't have any questions per se. I think that it's great as it is right now, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what comes out of the consultation stages. We had a lot of stuff in the last 4 years, and it's been addressed in a variety of different ways, and so hopefully we get some engagement from people and have them challenge their own experience and see how this, I guess, stands up to some of the criticism. So I like the way that you've done it. You and I have had some good conversations in the past. I like your style, and yeah, so I'm quite happy with how it's coming along.
Okay, thank you very much.
to reiterate what Tara Lynn said, for those that haven't heard this before, assessment and taxation are very important pieces. It's how we generate revenue and fund our general operations outside of some other avenues. As closely related as assessment and taxation are, they're also opposites. So assessment is the function. I'm your designated officer. Council has appointed me as your designated officer to prepare assessments. You say, Steve, we think you do a pretty okay job, and we'd like you to take care of that for you. So there's a designated officer that prepares assessments according to the act and regulations, and they're thick. And then council sets the tax rates that get applied to those assessed amounts. And as Tara Lynn, the importance of that assessment notice is that's the piece that the public can have their say on. And then the elected officials get to set the tax rates. So that's the clear separation of the two. As an assessor, I have neither friend nor foe in the preparation of the assessment. We just do what's right, what's fair, what's equitable, according to the regulations. And then council sets tax rates. Okay, I repeated that enough times, you probably got her. So starting at the summary report, basically this is, here we have our Cypress County, it's our administration office. This compound's made up of 3 separate parcels. So this particular parcel that we're going to be reviewing is the administration office, council chambers, as well as building B and C, which are, here you'll see it as fire hall. We do re-inspections every 5 years, so it's not updated, but I believe utilities is utilizing that building at the moment. So basically we start at the start of this summary. So this is a collection of information that drives that assessment notice that's on the back page that we'll get to. Okay, so it has a little bit of information about the property. It's the Cypress County Administration Building, address, zoning, all types of bits of information. And then we move into the market land. We develop market land rates by viewing the sales of the area. And then we determine, based on the size of the parcel and a collection of many, many sales, to determine the exact value of the market land. Okay. And then there's other influences on the land, such as paving and sidewalks and curbing, or you know, nice brick signs out front, these types of things. Okay, and then we move into the buildings. And then as you can see, it's pretty simple. We take that land value and take the building value, and you have an assessment. And it's comprised of the land and improvements. These notes you're seeing in narratives, this is how we organize our workflow for the year. We use codes and information, and every time there's something on the tip of our tongue, we'll go in and we'll add a narrative, and that's how we keep track of the 24,000 parcels that we administer. We will go back, put in narratives to queue us up. We'll print out a spreadsheet. We know that's our workflow that next year. Okay, second page is a diagram of this compound. Again, there's 2 buildings on the right, building D and E. Those are on a separate parcel, separate title. So we're focusing on the administration, utility building, and the chem shed. So this building's a collection of office space and shop and wash bay, that type of thing, as well as the other storage. So we have a diagram. Assessors have a diagram for nearly, I can't say every building, but nearly every building. We'll have a CAD drawing, and we utilize AutoCAD to make measurements. So the standard measurement, we measure every building the same, and it's the outside dimension. So if you have a little bit of brick, it's that 2.5 inches thicker, but that's how it goes. We always use the outside dimension. Okay. A lot of drawing. Okay, so and then moving on to the next page is if somebody has a question, please, at any time. So market land details again. It always starts with the land. So first things first, we start developing land rates. We use many, many sales to determine the value per acre. There's the concept of economies of scale or diminishing returns, and if you think about that in terms of a quarter section, you got 160 acres and it's $500 an acre. Well, the total value of that parcel between 160 acres and 159 is almost the same, right? So that last acre isn't necessarily bringing value, but if you're talking about the first 3 or 5 acres, that's where the value is, right? So that's why we can see a 3 or 5 acre parcel sell for 200,000. Well, sometimes a grass quarter could sell for that same 200,000, right? So you can see that there's a lot of value held in that first spot. So we're getting into kind of market value kind of concepts there. Anyway. Yeah. So here at the county, it looks like we're sitting on a 4.28 acre site, and it's worth about 558. Okay, and then we carry, if you turn one more page, you can see the image report. These are just collected images. The reason that that an assessor will hold this is we can kind of determine changes to the building next time we're there in 5 years. And so, oh, what's this? Okay, well, someone's got to maybe brush up their resume. No, I'm just teasing. So you can see Dustin pointed out on the second page here, somebody has poked a little fun at me and said it's Commandant Taves' office. So Commandant, yeah. So I think I know who that is, and well, sometimes we leave little that's assessor humor for you. Anyway, so you can see we've kind of got some photos of our inventory. Just to kind of reiterate, when we go back, what's changed helps us kind of get there a little bit faster. Okay, and then at the top of so I think there's 2 or 3 photo pages, and then you'll see there's some Marshall and Swift details. Not to dwell on it, but just to represent kind of what we're doing behind the scenes to generate this notice. So all this information pertaining to this building, you can see we've considered the shop a distribution warehouse. And a distribution warehouse will have that extra ceiling height compared to a normal farm implement building or that type of thing. Comes with a little bit extra wiring, these types of things. And we can separate those components for wall height, and you can see as we go up, the value goes up, and as we go wider, that same rate, but the value goes up by flat space. So lots of details we have on this building. All for zero tax dollars, but nonetheless, we collect and train, collecting information on this building. So, please.
Under this Marshall and Swift details there, we got fume and exhausters. Is that for our smokers?
Probably.
Okay.
Good thing is they're costing us lots, but not in tax, hey? No. So again, not really important details to the elected official level, but just to understand what's going in behind the scenes. And that's where we get to our last page, the assessment notice. Okay. And just a reminder, when people get this assessment notice, this is the time to sit up and say, hey, Steve, I think you're out to lunch. And this is the time to take that value and say, I think you missed something, or I don't think things are quite right, and then to contact the assessment team and kind of work through those discussions. So when we look at that assessment amount, we'll often ask the question, well, what do you think your place is worth, and why, right? So as an assessor with neither friend nor foe, I would say to buy this building today, it's going to take about $3.5 million to buy this building. And then as counselors say, well, I don't know, Steve, I think that's, I think it's a little bit less or a little bit more, and that's where the discussion would build. Before we separated the notices, in all fairness, assessment isn't something that everybody has fresh in their mind and knows everything about. So often someone would receive a tax bill, and they'd say, well, these taxes are too high. So we would always have to guide the conversation to, well, about what is your place worth? And they say, well, I think it's worth $600,000, right? So your assessment's $550,000. That's the taxes that come with that style of house, the house you choose to live in. So the separations really change the conversation to truly, what's the value of their property? Is it fair? Is it equitable? And the taxes come along with that fair value. So on the top of the property notice, if council, we're going to be, and we stuffed and got them all ready, they're going to mail tomorrow. So by Friday, they should show up in a few mailboxes. Like Terrelyn said, there's 67 days to file a complaint. That's 7 days of regulated allowance for them to mail, and then there's a 60-day complaint period. And that ends on, you can see on the top of the page, that ends on Monday, April 25th. So the reason why I've decided to send these so early is because, as you can imagine, council's going to be well into setting tax rates by then. And if we have a bunch of outstanding complaints at that time, we're not going to know, so those assessments may change. So we're going to be setting tax rates, and they may go through a complaint, and we're not going to know how to generate. It's not quite as critical in Cypress County, but for those municipalities that require on, like in special areas, the Sheerness plant, before that was taken over by the province, they would want to know if those major industries were under complaint or not, because they could all of a sudden come up $2 million short of their funding for that year. So that's the reason why the separations of the notice and that type of thing. So you can kind of be assured to, because once the tax notice is out, the only way to redo it is to get ministerial approval. And that's be quite a journey to go through all that change and disruption and damaging of your reputation, really, to have to do that, all that type of stuff twice. So you can see the date we are going to officially send it is going to be tomorrow, the 16th. 7 days later, February 24th is the official day we mail. And then Monday, April 25th is the final day for complaint. So next line down is Cypress County. So that represents the assessed person. So an assessed person is the person registered on land titles, or in the case of Crown property, it's the person that holds the land from the Crown under lease, license, or permit. And that'll be the person registered as the assessed person. The assessed person moves through the act later on and becomes the person that's responsible to pay the taxes. Yeah. So you could have a complaint on the assessed person. Say, well, I gave that lease back a few years back. Why is my name still registered? And maybe it's Alberta Environment and Parks is 14 months behind on their notifications to the province. And well, so yeah, best case scenario for, yeah. Anyway, so then we move through, and there's a little bit of actual merit or information about the property. So here, this plan was 85. So this was subdivided in 1985. Our parcel's about 4.28 acres, and the assessment class, taxable status, and the assessment amount. So in our case, it's exempt. So for many rural and farm owners with a residence, they'll see an exempt amount up to about $61,540 to be exact. That represents that rural assessment program, and that's based on the farmland you own. That's the exemption you'll receive on your principal residence. So that's probably the top question we get. And as soon as we say, oh, yep, I remember now, and they got it. Our previous notices weren't designed to be able to show that amount that would come off. So you'll see the taxable amount, and then you'll also see the aggregate or total amount of the assessment. Yeah. Any questions on? It's not normal to ask a question, but has council got a few calls on the assessment notices in the past? Do you recall, or not too many? Okay. Just send them our way. Yeah, 911. Yeah. And I'll just quickly breeze through this assessment summary. So this is council's assessment base. This is the assessment base that council will determine tax rates based on. This is your ability to fund the council in an equitable manner. And I'll just back up, and you've all heard me say this dozens of times, but our system of assessment and taxation in Alberta is ad valorem, and all that means is according to value. So the property you own in the municipality identifies your ability to contribute to the burden. Is anybody tired of me hearing me say that yet? So, but this is a collection, so we've got a bunch of individual property owners. This summary is everybody together. So now this is the basis of how we're going to set our tax rates coming up in April and May. So, bunch of numbers. These are all assessment classes that under the regulations will put all properties into one of these categories. You can see there's a whole page of them. Okay. Then the second pie chart, so it'll be page 3, tells a little better story. So we can see the yellow pie. It's about 37% of our assessment base is just from linear. So that's linear property is anything, if we use the word linear as straight, power lines are straight, pipelines are straight, wells are generally straight, except for the horizontal stuff. Telecommunications towers are straight. So this property class, this 37%, the power lines. So if we had a discussion about power lines at some point, we would be talking about linear type property. Perhaps, hypothetically. So it's anything straight. And those property types aren't often sold or transferred, and they're very heavily regulated. Right, so that's why that's a particular class. But you can see how critical that piece is to Cypress County. The machinery and equipment, you can see there's two categories. There's a 0.13, and then there's a 17.67. So the 17.67 machinery and equipment represents our oil field industry, and the other 0.13 would be local machinery and equipment. And machinery and equipment you can think of as anything changing the natural state. Okay, so in the case of an oil field separator, oil and gas come out of the ground, and then it separates it into a bucket of water and a bucket of gas, well, or tube of gas, whatever. That's changed its state. Water and gas, just two separate items. That's the changing of natural state. So you can see with oil field equipment and our linear property, that's the bulk. That's the bulk of our property that of our base of assessment. And that wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Okay. And then residential makes up 28% of our assessment base, and that's continually growing. Now, a very important piece is these regulated properties often won't change with the market, but our residential properties change with inflation and change with the market. So sometimes a regulated property won't travel at the same amount, and that's where council now has tools in their tax rate to create that equity through changing of the tax rates. So let's say machinery and equipment doesn't increase 2% this year, but we know residential increases 4%. Council has the ability to change that tax rate for non-residential property and increase it 2% to keep that balance. So that's kind of a tool. Council gets the last say on that. And we don't have infinite autonomy, but we can start to use some of those tools to determine the equity we want. Another breakdown, page 4. This is by mill code, so these are very specific breakdowns to our tax rates. Again, you can see non-residential machinery and equipment and residential really handle the bulk of the load here. Okay, and then the last page, just to wrap up. It's kind of a neat graph. I like to look at this, spend some time, and think about things. So you can see. Just by the height, it kind of shows the scale of priority and just the scale of separate things. So starting on the very left, F for farmland. FD, that's the farmland that's associated to the oil and gas properties. So the oil and gas property might have a 5-acre parcel, but they're really only utilizing 2.5, and the other 2.5 acres is grazed or farmed, so it will also get a farmland rate assessed and sent to the property owner. Again, the M&E, there's $853 million of assessment for M&E. NR, that's our non-residential, so that's our business. Okay, we have about 466,000 of commerce and industry. outside of oil and gas. Non-res dip, so NRD, we have about 169 million, almost 170, and that'll be basically oil field buildings and land. Non-res linear, you can see, is 1.8 billion. So you can see there's a heavy load paid by all the pipeline, all the wells, telecommunications, power lines, that type of thing. This year we hit back to a total assessment of 5.2 billion of assessment base. We're finally back to 2015 levels, where we were up to about 5.4, and through the rogue policy of the province of Alberta, we saw a huge decay in that assessment base just with pen strokes. Nothing physically changed, so, and that's what we're combating. So you can see that we're not whole yet from those discretionary decisions and pen strokes. So, and interestingly enough, our farthest right, that's our residential. So you can see continual steady growth of that category, where everything else is kind of in flux. It's turning into that residential is really our staple of assessment base in both growth and inflation. So, and they're taking a more and more ownership of the pie every year, as you can see in that trend. But that's it for me. If there's any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome.
No, you don't. You want to know where the old folks' home is.
That one too. Just clarification on this. Just for clarification on this assessment summary. What's the difference in between small business industrial and industrial? What's the class?
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for that. I should have rounded that out. Thanks for that. That's a little softball pitch, puts it on the tee for me. So our small business is, Cypress County was one of the first municipalities to implement the, what was it? It was the acronyms, matters relating to small biz. So the Cypress County we created in about 2018, we had the ability to create a separate tax rate for small business. Small business is defined by CRA as 50 or less employees. And at that time, we knew that having the lowest non-residential tax rate in the province, while it was fun while it lasted, it couldn't last much longer. So we knew that when we had to change the tax rate for all non-residential property, that we didn't want to hammer on the small businesses. So we implemented and created a bylaw for a subclass of properties with business employees. The tie to that is the small business tax rate can be 0.75 of the non-residential. And non-residential just means anything conducting commerce or industry, basically. So those two, small business commercial, small business industrial, are directly related from council's creation of that small business class of property assessment.
I knew it. I was here when it was done. Richard?
Just a few words of wisdom from the old guy. Is anybody in the future that's building a house and their wife says there is no budget, remember that Steve will come knocking on the door.
I think you're up for an inspection this year, Miss Councillor Oster. No,
Can I come with you?
Any other questions? Might be an overload for some of the new ones, but we live by this, so we have to learn it eventually. Not as much as Steve, but oh, it was good. Thank you, Steve. I guess we can break for lunch. I don't remember the last time I haven't got the CAO's report done before lunch, but Steve's fault. All right, we'll come back at 12:30. Call the meeting back to order. Oh, come on, oh Lord. Gee whiz.
What's the meteorological report?
So cool.
I need like that ventilation to blow hot air.
See, what you gotta do is before you go up for a smoke, you go through the main power breaker in the building, and then the generator will start to stand by the exhaust now.
And then we'll lose my hearing.
Tit for tat. You can either not hear or you can be warned. You get your pick.
All right, we're back. The CAO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the Chief Administrative Reports and Department Reports. Is there any questions?
Shane.
That's okay. That's okay if you have questions.
Did you learn to write it down this time?
Yeah. No, it's just to do with Public Works.
Oh,
Tender for the bridge files. Sorry. Tender for the bridge files, 75444 and 13 triple nickel. Close, excellent price, all from one bidder.
Yes, and we didn't have, by the time of this printing, I didn't have the official results. So yeah, we had really good prices. I think there was 11 bidders in total.
Ooh.
And yeah, it's going to move forward, and we have a good local contractor that got it.
Local contractor, okay.
okay. Anybody? Dustin and then Michelle.
So I wanted to make a comment that came from the Ag Service Board meeting yesterday about the tailgate wraps on the 2 county trucks.
Yep.
We absolutely loved that idea. And it came out of there as well that maybe we should, for the price of what they are, we should look into doing them on more county trucks, whether it be old ones, new ones, whatever, that's your guys' thing. But, and, you know, there's more ag stuff we could do, but I'm sure there's more public service stuff we could take and advertise like that too. Being as we have rolling billboards that go around the county on a daily basis,
Yep.
we may as well take advantage of it. So I thought whoever came up with that idea, kudos, fantastic, love it. You know, if we can do more, I'd be all for it.
Steve, wasn't me.
I don't know if
Yours,
anybody moved this yet, and if everybody's just talking, but if not, I will move it. And I was gonna say the same thing. I love the tailgates. I think that is genius. And I had a question about those bids too. Well, not really a question, more of a comment, I guess. It says excellent price in there. That's scary considering what we just went through. Did they actually bid for what they're gonna do, or are they gonna come back and change the scope and all that stuff?
No, so we had 11 bidders, and if you would look at the mean, the average, it was well below the mean. So it's a contractor that we have existing history with that's been done our last 3 or 4 tenders, and they've done the work and moved on, and we've been really happy with the work that they've done so far. So, and next meeting you'll have a cleaner breakdown of that. It's just that we didn't have that in time for the official results for this.
Blaine.
I guess it's under health and safety. I guess the health supervisor done the inspections on the fire stations. Just was wondering if there was anything that come out of it that we need to be aware of.
Jeffrey, would you like to address that?
Certainly, yep. So just for council's benefit, it's a requirement as part of our certificate of recognition through AMSA, our core audit, that we do building inspections of all our county-owned buildings. So certainly the fire stations fall in that category. Generally what happens is we are looking for, you know, basic things, but everything up to this point is generally pretty minor. Things like, oh, maybe there's a bank of fluorescent bulbs that need to be replaced, or you know, those kinds of things. So nothing out of the ordinary or major. And certainly if there is anything that's identified, then obviously we coordinate with corporate services to make sure that the repairs or the maintenance is taken care of. So And we also have the ability for the station chiefs themselves to, if it's a fire station, for them to communicate through to administration, and then we can identify if there's anything that needs to be addressed immediately. So, because they're there all, more so than we are. So,
I guess I was just concerned with all the wind we've been having, just making sure there wasn't structural issues or anything like that was going on. So.
Yeah, and I guess we're not, certainly if it's obvious, then we will make note of it, but the inspections are a little bit more to do with health and safety specifically, for the safety of the people that are in there. So, yeah, I guess we're not doing a full-blown structural review of, that an engineer would perform that type of thing, so.
Okay. Shane?
This is for Kim. The warranty inspection on Highway 1 and Dunmore here, all went good? Everything's up to snuff?
We delayed it because of, we didn't have a clear access to the road, so they had some snow cover on it, so we delayed it for 2 weeks until it was clear.
Good, now we got another inspector that can look at it too.
Richard?
Under fleet and purchasing, just for clarification for me, a light audit is ongoing? What is that?
Yeah, thank you. So part of fleet and purchasing is we look at also doing the facilities maintenance, so for all the facilities throughout Cypress County. And so part of that is our purchaser has been doing a light audit, meaning light bulbs, like going through and doing fluorescence to LEDs. And there's some different funding that's available through that.
Yes, we'll get new lights in here, Shane.
So you did start here?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, they're definitely dimming down every time we come in here.
I think it's from all the smoke.
That's not where the smoke's coming from.
Any other questions? Not seeing anything. Michelle made the motion for the CAO report. Vote. I'm saying it's carried anyhow, but most likely that would be Shane. Yeah, he voted yes. It wasn't disagree. Okay, Reeve and council reports. Mine's in there. We will start with Lloyd.
It's been pretty quiet in the month so far. Excuse me. Attended 4 meetings, all in chambers here, and then one with the city and their councilors, which I found good. And other than that, besides fielding a few phone calls, it's been pretty quiet.
Thank you. Michelle?
I had an MPC meeting and the joint council supper with the city, which I thought was awesome. Got to talk to each and every one of them for a little bit. Attended Brownlee here in the county office, and then yesterday I had a policy meeting at Cypress View and got a free lunch, so it was good.
Dustin?
The only thing I've had is an ASB meeting. The ag supervisor did bring forward a few things about gopher control and what's available, and mostly anything that works that is available can be bought through retailers, so we won't be supplying anything as a municipality anymore. There's still another thing that was interesting that came out of there was the registrations for anything that's available is due up next year. So with PMRA's new guidelines, they can suspend any registration for any restricted chemical without notice anymore. Like with strychnine, when it came through, it was a phased out thing. So over 3 years' time, they phased it out. but now they can just stop her dead on its nose. They just don't renew the registration, and you can't sell it anymore. So we'll see what kind of mystical things happen then next year with that. But I'd love to have a meeting with PMRA. I know that much.
Shane?
Oh, I had the joint supper with City of Medicine Hat. That was good. Attended the Brownlee Emerging Trends session here. Ag Service Board meeting yesterday. Dustin touched on that. I had the Highway 320 meeting. And I'd like to clear something up here on Dan Hamilton's report. Minister Grant Hunter stated speech from the throne will take place. He also stated he expected the next phase of the Highway 320 project will resume this spring.
We'll start this spring.
He is wrong.
That's what he said.
He is wrong, and he attended that meeting, but he is wrong. They are, well, according to Alberta Transportation, they're putting it out for tender. They have to go through the list of people that qualify, and they're hoping, if everything goes well with the land purchase and that they may start moving dirt this fall. And that, but definitely next spring.
So, Mr. Chairman, I
That's
heard,
how he had
so
said.
are they gonna start, which phase are they gonna start? Because I saw conflicting reports.
This the piece from Tabor going to Burdette.
Okay. Because in the news, I saw that they were gonna go start from 7 to,
No.
and so I saw two different articles.
that's-
That's not correct.
No, it's all staked. There was some, when we had our meeting, concerns about the right-of-way. Darren explained why that right-of-way is so wide. And that, I brought up utilities. The contractor will be in charge of moving the utilities. Sometimes it's Alberta Transportation will be doing it, but the contractors will have to do it. But I guess, Telus and Fortis and all the power lines are on side. But they don't have all the land quite yet. It's not all designed yet, and that's because I know. But he spoke there, but talking with Darren and watching the progress of that, they're hoping to start moving dirt this fall. And Darren does figure with the way the economy is and that there will be maybe some big outfits will come in and really nail it hard and move a lot of dirt in a hurry and get her built. It's a 46-kilometer stretch.
Blaine?
Yeah, I attended the council meeting on the 1st, had a library meeting where we went over the budget for the 22 year, went over some draft changes of the Urban Library Resource Center that Richard will likely allude on. Also attended the supper meeting with the Medicine Hat City Council members. That was very good, got to meet them. And we had an ASB meeting, which Dustin touched on, and that was about it for me.
Good.
On Tuesday, February 8th, we had that Cypress Library Board meeting. It's an evening meeting that we attend, and we did do some talking about some drawings for the new library for Irvin. It is progressing. We had some interaction from a couple of the ladies that actually run the libraries, the one in Irvin and the one in Suffield, and got some good heads ups on what works and what doesn't work. And then on Wednesday evening, I was at that joint council supper meeting. Again, very good. Nice to sit down and get to know the people a little bit and kind of understand their personalities a bit. On Thursday then was the emerging trends. That again was good. It's not as good as being in person, but it's the next best thing, right? Because you just seem to get more out of it. You're not as distracted if you're sitting in that room with them. And then on Friday, I met with John Roderman, and we discussed the Urban Library again. Talked about what the board had come up with for ideas and how we could implement them. So again, we'll keep moving forward with that, and I would hope in the near future that we can maybe show you a picture so that someday sooner than later we can do a presentation in Irvin and show the area, the people there and the surrounding area, what we might have proposed. So that looks really good. It's definitely gonna catch some people's eye. Shane was talking about number 3 highway, and it just reminded me that on the corner leading to Big Marble, that transportation is going to do some turning lane sometime this summer. I told those guys we hadn't received anything that I knew about, but they had talked to Big Marble about it, that it was going to happen. So it'll be the same kind of turning lanes that is on the 122 that they did last year during the summer. So, there's about 300 employees working at Big Marble right now, so I guess there is definitely a demand for that. Or there's a safety issue, so that's a good idea. And that is about it.
Keith. Welcome. It's your turn to speak.
My turn to speak, okay. Well, I did attend the supper meeting, so that's my only event up till today.
Hey, I don't know, is Robin with us or? Nope.
Barely. Barely. Yeah, you know, it's been kind of a weird last couple of weeks with illness coming through our family and affecting a lot of us. And my wife and I got it again here today, so I'm sorry I couldn't be there to be with you guys and to welcome our new counselor as well. But the last couple of weeks, I did squeeze a couple of meetings in. We had our first CWA board meeting since being on that board, so kind of getting my feet wet there and hopefully have a little bit more understanding on exactly everything that they do here in the next few months. The other part yesterday went out and attended a meeting with Richard Hofer with regards to the road construction with the wind turbine farm, and which we'll be talking about later on. Other than that, a couple phone calls from ratepayers, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Somebody want to move Blaine's going to move the reports. Any questions on them? Vote. Okay, that's carried. We'll go into 10.1, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Policy FP01, paid on-call fire stations, page 92. The recommended motion is that council approve policy FP01, paid on-call fire stations, with amendments as presented. So the overview of the amendments are on 92 and 93. The marked up policy is on 94 and to follow, and it goes to 99. Is there any questions?
Dustin, are you stepping down from this? You gave us paperwork last week on, is this the one?
No.
Not on this one?
No.
Okay. No, sorry. That's the one coming up. Any questions or comments on it? This was just all the legal one. Somebody to move it? Sure. Shane? Okay, vote. Oh, did you have a
No, the next
question on
one.
this? Oh.
Next one.
Vote. Okay, that's carried. This is the one, paid on call, okay. Yeah, sorry about that, that's life. Yeah. He's not in the county though. It's the county fire department.
Section 170 Act talks about pecuniary interest, and pecuniary interest is if you gain monetarily from a policy. So if you gain monetarily from a policy, you would need to recuse yourself from voting or the discussion of that policy. So that's the parameters of it.
So, well, I guess because it is a Jenner Fire Department.
Correct. That's in special areas. Yeah.
In
We have
special
mutual aid.
Well, so you do.
So you would. So if you responded, Councillor Ritz, if you responded to a fire in Cypress, you would receive monetary funds. Yeah. So then that under the act, yes.
I thought it was other. Okay. All right. Tara Lynn, do you?
Okay, policy FP05, paid on call compensation system. The recommended motion is that council approve policy FP05, paid on call compensation system with amendments as presented. Background information on 100 and 101, and the to follow is the marked up policy, and it goes from page 102 to 105. Is there any questions? Sorry, not to 105. Didn't go that far.
Somebody
103.
else put their hand up, please. Richard.
Do you see that? He looked the other way. Okay, I'm gonna make the motion that we go with the alternative recommendation of number 1, the council approved policy number FP05, paid on call compensation system as further amended. And so my discussion will go to page 102. And it says there what the remuneration is for station fire chief and a member. And I'm proposing that we increase those rates based on the fact that I think it's been 5 years since since this rate was incorporated. It was back when we originally went to paid on call. And to my knowledge, we have never ever looked at the rates. So if I go to station fire chief, my proposal is to go to $70 an hour, so go up $5 and then go to $25 per hour thereafter. And then for the member, my proposal is to go to $60 an hour and $20 an hour thereafter. So not a huge increase, but I think it's important that we take a look at it every few years, and it's just easier to make work if it's gradual increases. So, and I don't think it's going to hurt us to do this. Tell him to look the other way.
Shane? Oh, did you have something?
So just for information, my son has now become a member of the Tilly Fire Department in the Rich County of Newell, and they get $50.
An hour?
$50 per response.
And no hourly?
I never asked about that. Text him.
Please. Yeah, text them and find out. Blaine?
I guess just my, just have a question. Do we have any numbers to back this up of what this increase would come to?
No, I don't. This is just from the hip from.
Yeah,
Mr.
this is just from the hip.
Yeah.
So, in my defense, I did not read this till last night because I couldn't get it before then.
Yeah, there was problems, and we apologize.
And so it was just something that clicked.
Okay, is this something that we should maybe do a deep dive into and we'll do a little more research on before we?
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Chairman, we could tackle this one of two ways. We could either, council could approve it as presented, and then we could bring more information back, and then council could decide whether you want to further amend the policy in the future once that information comes forward, or I guess you could postpone and just direct us to bring back more information. So it's however you want to proceed.
Does this one need to go through today, or this one?
Okay, I got a sidebar comment in this year here, and the Director of Corporate Services is predicting or suggesting that it might not have more than less than a $5,000 impact for the entire calendar year.
It would, with a paid on-call volunteer system, I know that it would be appreciated by the people that are on our volunteer fire departments. And one thing that we do have, we struggle with is recruitment and retention. And so for an impact of 5,000, give or take, that may aid us in retaining those folks.
Wayne?
I just wanted to thank Stephen for that information. That's kind of what I was looking for, so helps make the decision.
So it didn't say anything about the hour. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Does anybody else have any questions on it?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify. So for the, it was basically a $5 increase for both the station chief as well as the fire member in both the up to 3 hours and then another $5 after that, right? So going from $18 to $23 per hour thereafter for the fire member. Oh, it was 20. Okay, sorry.
20, yeah.
That's what I wanted to clarify. I knew it was $5 for the other ones, but I wasn't. Okay, $20.
Do you think? All right, any other questions? I don't have a problem looking into it. It's just, I'm glad Steven said it would only be about $5,000 a year, because a lot of times we put stuff through here and then we look at it in the future and go, holy crap, what did we do with that?
Yeah.
Little heads up next time their deputy revos. Any other?
That was a total of 5,000, not 5,000 per member? Just clarification.
Rhetorical question, hey?
See, the other thing that the Director of Corporate Services said was that if it's actually over 5,000 and we've erred, that we'll just make up the difference through council per diems.
I'm good with that.
I thought it would maybe come off of director salaries or something. That would be better. Any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote. Okay, that's carried. I didn't see him come up. Yeah, I don't think he's there right now. Is our delegation online? Okay. Who is our delegation?
Hello.
Okay, do we need we're good?
You guys hear me okay?
Okay, yep. You're going to share your screen, so whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and take it away.
Okay. I'll just say hi first maybe, and I'll just maybe jump to the presentation. I see Frooks there, and I see Robin Ostecuperate on the line. So hello, everyone. So I'm still Patrick Henn, the same guy you met through Zoom again, July last year. So development manager for this Hilda Wind project. So I thank you again for accommodating the Zoom meeting. I know this is kind of the way things are going, but it looks like maybe things are going to be changing here. So, you know, us coming here from Montreal, it's been a bit complicated. but I think spring is coming and probably will be out and about in the community. So I really just wanted to give you a brief update today on the project, an important one though, and so I'll share my screen here. But this is really about, you know, our advancements in the project and the fact that, you know, I was saying last year that, you know, we were planning to be starting construction and being in operations this year, and I'm happy to say that just as a summary of all this here is that we are advancing as planned, and we are going to start the construction this spring. So I'll just share this here. So when I'm, you know, I'll do a very brief presentation. I'll just have a couple of slides here just so that you could see what's on there, and I could certainly send this out afterwards. But I also would like to, you know, hear obviously of any questions you'd have. So if you see my screen here, so development update. So we're, yeah, so I said we're starting construction this spring. We're very happy about this. A lot of milestones in the past few months, and that's why we wanted to come in here to just give you a quick update. We've certainly been engaging a lot with the planning department. It's been very helpful, very useful to work with Kayleen and Becky to get different things going. But, you know, on our end here, as I said, you know, a lot of different milestones. So quite happy about that. One being that we did select our turbine. So that's a big deal. We did order the turbines and select the turbine, which is the Siemens Gamesa machine. And it's the 5.2 megawatt machine, which pretty much is the machine we've been talking about without necessarily naming it, but we had like a 5.0 platform that we've been putting in our permits and our public consultations. And so this is the, in the end, 5.2, pretty much the same size and everything. So we are going to be building here 20 turbines at 5.2 megawatts each. So that's 104 megawatt nameplate capacity for the installed. Another big milestone, we did receive our AUC approval for the power plant and substation in the fall last year, actually August last year, so just before the fall. So again, that went very well. Really, no issues, and we didn't have any interveners really from the community that came out. It was a very simple process. From, you know, we got our permit with the AUC within 3 months of applying, which is very quick. So really a very straightforward process there. So we're happy to have that in hand, obviously. We have a confirmed interconnection. So I might have mentioned last time, this is connecting to that AltaLink line that's in the middle of the site. And all we need here is to build 300 meters of our own transmission line to connect our substation to that AltaLink line that is right on the site. And we're not crossing any roads. We're just on the lot line between two landowners, and we'll just run that transmission line along there. Apart from that, we've done a lot of important technical studies that enabled us to finalize our engineering of the project. So, you know, geotechnical surveys were out there a lot in the end of last year. LiDAR surveys as well, you know, locating pipelines and all that stuff. So a lot of work that went into the planning here and the engineering, and we do have a plan now, an engineering plan that is pretty much final. There's still work to be done a little bit. There might be a few tweaks of roads or collector system here and there, but really not that much. So we're pretty much, yeah, we pretty much have what we think is the final design of this project. And I'll show this here. Sorry, just change slides here. Oops, sorry, there you go. So
we're just trying to get your screens up. We can't see your screens, so.
Oh, you can't. Well, it says you are screen sharing. That's funny. What is that? I'll
Oh,
try
there you
something
go.
else.
Now
Oh,
you are.
is that better? Huh.
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll just back up quickly here. If you didn't see this, this was the slide prior showing the turbine Siemens Gamesa machine that we're installing on the project here. So just to give you a sense, this is an example actually of that exact turbine. So I just wanted to show that, but again, very similar to what we've presented before. The site plan. So again, last year we were looking at something that was very, very similar to this. We on the same lands, we're having the same amount of turbines. The roads and collector are about the same place. You could see here, if I don't know if you see my cursor moving, the yellow square here, right beside the AltaLink line. So the AltaLink line is the blue dotted line that's in the middle here. And so our substation is right beside it. You know, we're about, you know, a few miles northwest of Hilda. So, you know, along, you know, 41 highway there on east and west. So very, very much what we presented already last year, and also to the public and to the community. And that's important because if there were new lands or new changes to the project, would have been important to go back and consult, but really this is what we showed last year and we're sticking with that plan. So that's for the project update and the mapping and you know where we are here. And I only have one last slide here just to show what are the next steps here in the community and in development in general. So yeah, so right now really because we want to start at least some initial civil works in the spring, and this could be as early as April. I guess it'll depend on the road bans and all. But you know, we are really trying to advance with the planning department and also with public works, and we've been talking, had a few meetings with Stantec, who's retained there by public works for engineering support. So we are already looking into the road use agreement with the county. You know, we want to advance development permits as soon as possible, although we understand that we need to wait for the adoption of the land use bylaw, which I understand is in the works. And all these other permits like road entrances and all that, crossings of public right of ways. So we're very much in the thick of all of those permits right now, and working closely with your departments to get this going and have everything in place here so that we could break ground hopefully in the spring if everything works fine, and you know, if everything is okay as well with the county and everything that we're presenting. Yeah, so we'll be submitting a bunch of permitting applications here, and actually starting today, I have one for Kayleen there, so I'll have to send that not too long after this meeting, and then a few more that'll be coming in the next few weeks. Apart from that, just with the community, so yeah, ongoing consultation. I mean, we haven't done much lately, to be frank, but our door is always open. You know, we certainly want to go out and have an event and do more community engagement this summer or this spring, as you know, the project would be advancing, and this is quite important for us and for everybody around. It's a big project, so we certainly want to start going back out there and doing some events. So that's always ongoing. Support of a local organization. So you might remember last time around I had mentioned that we like to support or try to support organizations locally, and there was a suggestion of the Dunmore Community Association. So I can confirm now, I was speaking with Jody probably 2-3 weeks ago, and we confirmed a $10,000 contribution to the Dunmore Community Association. So very happy about that. And you know, Jody reached out and we talked. It took a little bit longer for us to get this going, but at least it's done now, and I could confirm that that's the case, and we just need to get the payment out. But yeah, we're approaching. It's the only organization that did approach us, so we're certainly happy to contribute at this stage in the development. Apart from that, we're going to have to talk at one point of the bursary program that I had mentioned before. The idea is to offer a bursary to someone that would like to work on the wind farm as an operator. There's a college level training that can be obtained. Right now, Lethbridge has that training in wind turbine maintenance and operations. So we'd like to have a bursary here that we'd offer to pay for tuition fees for someone that'd like to get the training and come back and work on the wind farm locally. So that's something that we've done before in other projects, and we certainly have to discuss with the county on this just to see how we do that, and you know, have your insight on that if we want to push this ahead. And this would actually have to be, you know, relatively soon, so we should talk about that probably in the next couple of months or something. And that's about it. Like I mentioned, we want to be out in the community later as part of our engagement, as I mentioned before. So that's all I had. Again, a brief update, but an important one, I think, just because we are very seriously now in this project, and it's not a plan anymore. It's reality, and we certainly hope that, you know, we'll be able to get. Obviously, you know, we have to get all the permits with the county, and we have to wait for your land use bylaw adoption. But you know, we're all hoping all that is going to work well, and that means that we could get our project going this year as planned. That's all I had. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was obviously happy to take any questions if there's anything that you'd like to know about the project at this stage.
Does anybody have any questions? Oh, I'm not seeing any questions here, but thank you very much for your presentation and keeping us in the loop on where you're going with it.
Okay.
We're looking forward to seeing you here.
Yeah, next time I'm sure it's going to be in person. I would have maybe just one quick question for you. I did get a schedule, I believe, from Kayleen about your land use bylaw adoption. I believe your next step is a consultation on the 24th of February. Is that still the case? I just wanted to take the opportunity to maybe confirm with council of the next steps there.
Yeah, Kayleen will answer that for you.
Yeah, you're correct, Patrick. So we're having our public consultation events on the 24th and 25th of this month. And then following that, we anticipate a public hearing with council in April.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Kayleen. You had given me those dates. I just wanted to check if anything was moving around, but if that's the schedule, we're very happy about it. I mean, it'll work. It, like I was talking with you, Kayleen, right? It's a bit tight in terms of some of the things we'd like to start working on, but if that process goes through there all through April, I think we'll be good. So thanks for that.
Any other questions for Patrick? I'm not seeing anything. So again, thank you very much. And you have a great day.
Okay, same to you. We'll be in touch.
Thanks.
The meeting. Stop share.
Just about got to see him in person there. He was shot right up there. 10.3, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2024 Alberta Summer Games and Winter Games. There on page 106 is a letter asking if there is interest in hosting the Alberta Winter and Summer Games. There is backup information, and the recommended motion is that council take no action in regarding submitting a bid to host either the 24 Alberta Winter Games or the Summer Games.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Dustin, has the ICF talked about this at all, or wasn't brought forward?
No, I haven't seen anything on this yet.
Okay, anybody else want to make a comment or a motion on it?
Is this something that you would like to take to the meeting? It's tomorrow.
Well, and I think if it's important enough, we could certainly put it on as an add-on to the agenda tomorrow when the agenda is being adopted. I guess, as it says in the report, even if we were to support another neighboring municipality in hosting either one of those events, it's an enormous workload for to have to take on from an administration point of view prior to as well as following the event. So that would be a budgetary consideration of council, I think, to have to beef up our support staff to basically participate in something like that, because we just don't have. I'll speak for municipal services. Municipal services doesn't have the capacity to take on another project of that magnitude, so without additional personnel. So
yeah. No, I can appreciate that. I guess we're always talking about working together and have a regional outlook on stuff, so is it something as a neighbor that we should at least talk to them, understanding the workload that it would take? Yeah.
Right. So I think I don't see any harm in adding it to the agenda, and certainly it can just be as simple as a verbal information that comes forward, and if our two ICF committee elected official members want to defer the presentation of the information to myself, I'd be more than happy to give that as a verbal comment. So. you know, and I will pose it to the other municipalities that, of course, all municipalities across Alberta have received this letter from the Minister of Culture. And is there any regional interest in hosting this? And just let the conversation evolve from there, and then see where, and then, you know, our elected officials can bring back a report to the next council meeting.
So is this something we should postpone and let the ICF committee at least talk about it, or does somebody want to make a motion and go ahead with it right now?
I'd recommend that if you're interested in taking to the intermunicipal committee, that a motion to put it on the agenda for tomorrow, I would recommend that as a motion.
Richard?
We'll see where this goes. I'll make recommendation number 1 that we take no action.
No, I'm just, doesn't matter to me, I can't make a motion.
No, and if the city decides down the road that they want to do something, they're more than welcome to come back to us, and we can talk about it. But right now, I'm saying no action.
Any other comments on it? The comment was, if it was senior games, you would.
Tough crowd.
Okay, Robin, do you have any comments? Or is he back? Oh, you are back.
No, I tend to think that I think that the end result will be in line with what Richard is proposing, but I think that it's important to bring it up to the ICF just to have a conversation. It's a good exercise. You know, if they said, yeah, we're interested, then I think that the next step would be, well, what would the impact on each municipality look like? And then from there we could identify whether it was or wasn't. But regionally, by just not bringing it forward, we're basically making a decision for others as well. And not saying that they can't bring it forward, but I don't see the reason why we wouldn't bring it up tomorrow.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there. Any other comments on it? Dustin?
Even with a vote of no action, we can bring it up to the committee. And if there's anything that becomes, they can always come back.
Yeah, we can do that as a second motion after this. Okay. Any other comments? Vote. That's carried. Okay. Is anybody, you're good with that, or you guys just want to put it on? Or Michelle?
I would like to make a motion to take this to the ICF and talk about it there.
Okay. I'm good with that. At least it's a communication. Jeffrey?
Mr. Chairman, just so council understands too, we do have the home field advantage tomorrow that we are hosting the ICF committee. So our chairman certainly could, help us get this on the agenda. So.
Okay. Okay. Any questions on that motion? Not seeing any? Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.9, Tarlin. Oh, no, that one's done. Let's go to the next one. 11.1, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. EDF, Cypress Renewable Energy Road Variance Request, on page 107 to page 111 is backup and background information. 112 and 113 and subsequent drawings after that is the request from EDF. And the recommended motion is that council uphold the August 13th, 2021 executed road use agreement between Cypress County and EDF for the Cypress Renewable Energy Wind Power Project. Alternative recommendation is council allow the proposed road variance for Township 104 as requested by the developer with the conditions outlined in their proposal and to take adequate security for a for a performance bond for the life of the project.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
Okay, I'm gonna make the motion that we go with alternative recommendation number 1. And if I have the floor, I'll try and explain why.
You have the floor.
Good to go? Okay, first thing everybody needs to understand is the fact that EDF has no problem with the road agreement that they signed. They were more than prepared to do the road to the specifications that was in the agreement. It was the landowners that were questioning it, why it had to be done. So I'm going to give you a breakdown of what all I ended up participating in. First of all, that area is actually in Robin's area, but the landowners live in Dustin's area, and Dustin didn't answer the phone, but I did. So that's how I got involved. And man, I'm struggling to answer the phone, I can tell you. Anyway, so what it is EDF started to construct the road exactly the way they were in the specifications. Unless you actually show up on a site, it is unbelievable how much dirt gets moved sometimes and the amount of diesel fuel that gets burned building alternative energy. It just blows my mind, but that's another story. So anyway, when I went out there and I took a look, and then I talked to the landowner afterwards. So I've written this out. No policy is perfect for every situation. I do remind ratepayers that we try our best when we come up with one. I was asked to come out and look at the amount of ditch cut that was taking place. It was a lot. It was big time because of the slope of the land. The landowners had told the contractors to shut down and get off. They were not happy with what was happening. And so then that's why we as councillors got involved, and I guess I was the one that answered the phone. Excuse this part of it, but how upset were the landowners with council? I was worried that when I got back to town, you would be calling me Rachel instead of Richard, so they were upset. I took some pictures to bring back to council, which we did show that one day. I also sent the pictures to Steve, the Riva 40 Mile, asking him how they had handled similar situations in the county, because we had drawn off of their road use agreement, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, it was some of their stuff that we used. His reply was that they didn't have anywhere near this type of terrain. So I thought, okay, I better know what I was talking about. And the next day I drove out to the 40 Mile windmill farm, and I drove around and looked at a lot of their windmills. They absolutely do not have anything like this situation that we're faced with right now. I then talked to Dan and told him I have to present this to council based on the fact that the landowner has made a request. And I feel as a councillor, that's our job to represent the landowners. So what happened was, while waiting for a county decision, the contractor decided to do what the landowner wanted, which was to eliminate the steep ditches and provide long back slopes. So there's what it was going to look like, and there'll be a picture that shows what it's like there. That's the one. That topsoil doesn't quite get graded back up to the ditch yet, but it would be. So there's what the landowner was looking for. So my comment here is, if the land on both sides and on the end of the road, our road allowance, had belonged to more than one landowner, I would not be making this motion. But it is, they've farmed all that land around there. There's no houses on the end, and I'm sure that based on some past history, they're not going to end up selling and allowing that. So, and I do have a letter from Mr. Richard Hofer from the Huttarian Brethren of Murray Lake. And it was addressed to Carolyn, but I also got it, so. I'm writing you regarding on the roads on Township Road 104 and Range Road 41 that EDF is constructing for the wind park on Hutterian Brethren of Murray Lake lands. We'd like those roads to stay an undeveloped road allowance as they don't go anywhere other than into farm fields, which are also undeveloped road allowances, and we can't see them going anywhere in the future. If these roads can be built without ditches, we can farm right up close and take care of the weeds and also reduce the mowing. Also, EDF has confirmed in writing that they will maintain and plow snow on these roads for the life of the project. They have to maintain and plow all those private roads in the park area to access their wind towers anyway, so it's not a big deal of them to take care of this short area on the 104 and 41. Leaving these roads level would be a win-win for everybody, as the county doesn't need to care for these areas. We can farm right close to them, and if any public vehicles, fire, emergency ever need to access and drive these roads, they will be right into level fields. So they would appreciate it as landowners if we would leave this road the way it is. So my motion is to as requested by the developer, allow the proposed road variance for Township Road 104. And then I also written down that if that goes through, do we need a motion that 104 would remain as an undeveloped road allowance? I wasn't sure if that's something I should add to it or not. So if we grant the variance, we're okay anyway? And I'm not sure on that part of it.
So because it's a public road, at any time, if you can make a motion saying that's an undeveloped road allowance, but if there's people traveling it, it always holds the county libelous if someone got hurt.
Exactly.
So you can make that motion and have it identified as a field access. But that still might not, if someone got hurt on it and the traveling, it might not keep us out of trouble.
So this road goes nowhere, okay? It's a dead-end road, technically, right? Because it doesn't go to a farmstead or anything. So it would be the way EDF was going to construct it was going to be a high-grade road, okay? If we have lots of resource roads that we leave as undeveloped road allowances. So this would just be a variance. It's not as if we're trying to do anything different than we do in a whole bunch of other cases, because we have a lot of gas wells, we have oil wells, and they're not high-grade roads going to.
So that it just needs to be a motion of council identifying exactly what you wish to, how to proceed with it. What I'm sharing is that just need to be cognizant that it is a public road allowance.
Yes, which we have a ton of them.
Yeah, it's just so you'll have industry going down there as well, to the turbine. You just need to be cognizant of that, but a motion of council is a motion of council.
Shane?
So I want clarity. So if it's gravelled, it's built up and gravelled, it's not deemed as a undeveloped road allowance, then you got gravel and you've done some work to it, so it's partially developed. Yeah, and improved, so, I mean, hunters could accidentally go down it, public can go down it, because all of a sudden you see a freshly gravelled roadway. Am I correct or not? Wouldn't it be
It's public
classified
access.
as a partially developed road
Yeah,
allowance?
it's public access, and anyone can go down it. We can't stop them. But I don't know why they would want to go down there, because it's a dead end, and it's just a turbine at the other end. But we can't stop them.
Dustin?
Yeah, it's no different than any other undeveloped or partially developed road allowance we have within the municipality. I have one going through my place that goes to absolutely nowhere besides a gas well, bale stack, and the creek. And there's always people that are in there, and you have to wonder why they're even in there making a mess. But I agree completely with Richard. You know, when we make policies like this, you can't take and go for every one-off situation, and this one makes sense to make it easier for the people who own the lands on all three sides of it. So I would tend to agree with him, if you can believe that.
I'm shocked. Robin, did you have something?
Sure. Yeah, no, just having driven the roads there yesterday with Richard Hofer, I would agree as well that, you know, it's a road allowance, but what we're talking about is the standard of construction that we have. And, you know, I look at Jimmy Plant's example there, you know, we're coming off of that one main road, getting it to the turn-in point, you know, it was high grade and it was extended high grade for just a short little bit. And then, you know, basically we accepted the fact that it wasn't going to have to be high grade road standard just because of the situation it was in, or how it was being utilized. When I look at Big Marble, we enter into certain road use agreements where they commit to, you know, maintaining certain parts of road, and maybe Big Marble's a bad example, but, you know, part of it is, you know, through a road use agreement. When I think about this, I think that within the boundary of the project, this is basically a lesser quality of road that is being constructed, but it's basically utility access for the actual project within the boundary. And I think that if we, you know, I don't know whether we need to post signs that, you know, you're entering, you know, the boundary for this area, you know, no through roads or whatever. I think that it certainly can be done in a way where it doesn't require the high grade standard.
Michelle?
I actually totally agree with this. I understand why it has to be done, but I have a question. So let's say 30 years from now, somebody wants to build a house at the end of that road. So we had the chance now to build it up to that road, and who would pay for it is my question. In 30 years, if somebody moves in there.
The developer?
Richard?
So just to add a little bit more, we have a policy that we do undeveloped road allowances to improve them. And one of the latest ones that we did was the 120. And we did not build it up to a high grade. We just made it accessible for the farmers to get their bales off, get their crops in, and for the ranchers to move their cattle. We did gravel it. It's got a thin skiff of gravel on it, and it's not as if that's the first undeveloped road allowance that has gravel on it. So at that time on the 120, because it looked like a through road and it was such a good job that was built on there, it looked like it's a high grade road, and I had requested a sign that said, what did I put in that sign? Somebody phone me. Was it Summer Road?
Closed for winter maintenance.
Closed for winter maintenance, right? So, I mean, there's a whole ton of roads that we have. I'm thinking of one over here off Keith Wise's place, off the south boundary road that goes down to the 120, the one that Shane doesn't like. Yeah, but there's gravel on that one, and we don't have any signage on it. If you go down it and you get stuck, that's your problem. So I just, like I said, I would not be after this change in this road if it wasn't for the fact that the landowner owns all the land around it, and they're the one requesting it. Remember that EDF is a good, they're not asking for a variance. They are meeting all the requirements of that construction wise. They are doing a fantastic job out there. They're meeting every spec that I can see. They're neat, they're organized. It is not them. They are bringing this request forward at the request of the landowner.
Shane?
Okay, couple things. I agree with why the slopes and everything else, but Richard, running rock trucks up and down the county road isn't following the haul road agreement. One thing I got an issue with is the signed and sealed signatures on the agreements. So now we're going to break, because everybody looked at it, they looked at the drawings, they had consultation with the landowners, and it's signed and sealed. So are we going to back ourselves into corner with future stuff if these we got contracts signed, other haul road agreements signed, and they say, well, it's signed and sealed, we started work, but no, we don't like it now. We don't want to, we want to change things. Are we opening up just on the fact, you know, that the signatures, we do have our seal of the stamp on, the one that right there, everything's signed and sealed. You know, it's a contract, sort of. I've signed hundreds of these haul road agreements through my years. And we had to abide by them. So that's all I'm thinking. But I understand why, but it's the signatures.
Dustin?
In fairness, construction plans change, and you have changes in your original plans from time to time when you're doing a big project. And this is no difference, and they're asking for a variable request. And it was something that came to light after the fact. So essentially, it's just a variance, and it's up to us to decide if we want it or are going to allow it or not.
Yeah, he's covered your point. You still want to talk?
I got more.
Oh, boy.
So, I know the sequence that happened was the fact that when this first project was looked at, the 40 mile was done already, or most of it was done. So the landowner that we're dealing with now, they go down there and they drive around and they take a look at what happened and what the roads look like and how invasive it was to the properties and stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's just totally different terrain, even though it's on a hill. They're rolling hills. So you would go with the idea, well, I can live with this, eh? But all of a sudden, you get into that backcountry on the way to Elkwater there, where this land is that we're talking about it. We got some serious grades. We got some serious stuff there that makes it look totally different than what the experience was driving around through County 40 Mile. So that's why we're asking for a variance, because it's just the difference. And I know they talk about setting a thing, but everything deserves to be looked at in its own way. So,
Lloyd?
I agree with what Richard is saying with the variance. I like it. I like what Dustin said. I think we should do it. The only thing is, why don't we put a sign up there that says no exit? Might keep some traffic off. No. I'll let them do it.
Kayleen?
So my comment is, having worked with, alongside Kim and other internal staff with various wind developers on various projects, on Mr. Hawks, Councillor Hawks' comment on opening up the door for further variance requests, I think certainly it does have the opportunity to set precedents for the other 6 wind power projects that we have proposed within the county. So just to kind of follow up to Mr. Hawks' comment, I think that is very valid in terms of how the potential of this decision may affect the future of wind projects and the requests for variances we may receive in the future.
Go ahead.
I guess, just clarification, I guess, where's the liability stand? If we do the variance then? And I guess just the other thing, we can deal with each, as Kayleen said, but we can deal with each project as they come before us.
So liability always, so we're the keeper of the right of way, so the liability is ours. That's why there's, we have engineered standards. And so when you have a policy and you follow that, so administration, that's our job, is to follow the policies that council's approved. So when we enter into agreements, that's there's always the one-offs, but you wonder why administration may not agree to that, is because we don't have the authority to agree to that. What we have the authority to do is we are the worker bees that enact the policies that you have approved. So any variance to that, we don't have that authority. That's why it has to come to you.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, thank you. I think the other thing is too, is that in our experience with our legal involvement in all our different scenarios that we've been involved in the last little while. I think it's safe to say that it's easier to defend and deflect liability when, just as Carolyn mentioned, when we're following our policy, because then we haven't, council, by setting the policy, has the governance ability to do that, and it's easier to, you know, to say that as long as we're, you know, upholding our standards, you know, then we're in a maybe less liable situation than, depending upon the circumstances. But I think that's why Carolyn is saying that we, as staff, want to try and support the policies that we have in place, and we're more reluctant for variances.
But the motion of council is a motion of council, so however you wish to proceed. It just that there's always, we're the keeper of the right of way, and we are always libelous. That's just a fact.
Steve?
And just to expand what Terralyn and Jeffrey said from an insurance perspective. So I'll set you up the scenario. So somebody should never be on that road. No reason to be on that road, happens to be on that road. And they run into a scenario and they roll their car. So the insurance company of the owner of that vehicle is going to come to the county because we got the biggest pockets. And they'll say, what's your policy? What's your standard on roads? And we'll hand them the standard of roads. And they're like, well, this road doesn't meet that standard. And that's when the checkbook will open.
So my motion to have that road remain an undeveloped road allowance would cover that. And the other thing is, do we not have a letter from EDF stating that they will maintain that road for the life of the project for the next 30 years? And accept the liability and maintain it, right?
Not liability.
And not liability.
They're just maintaining it.
Maintaining, okay, maintain it and plow it. Okay, right. But if we put it in that it's an undeveloped road allowance, there's no difference than every other undeveloped road allowance that we have in this county. We're liable no matter what.
Except when you do another road allowance, if you bring it up to grade, then you're taking away the liability.
So
if you don't touch it, it just stays that way. But as soon as you touch it, then you got to bring it up to the law.
But we have the power, correct, that we can leave it as an undeveloped road allowance, just like we do with a whole bunch of other ones that are accessed by oil and gas.
Yeah, I see. Robin?
I think, and somebody there, correct me if I'm misunderstanding this here, but Richard, you keep on saying the undeveloped road allowance. And I think what you're saying is that we just need to recognize it as a different standard. So we have our high grade standard, which is our current policy, our current standard. And we've had plenty of conversations about having lesser standards. And so if we have a utility access road that, you know, is pretty much the lowest standard that you can imagine that we can enter into a road use agreement and have signage that goes up for it, whether this creates precedent or not, I think that a lot of the utility companies have learned a lesson about trying to do stuff on the utility or on the right of ways, because they can do whatever they damn well please if they do it within the private property. And so we're taking a utility right of way, or not a utility, a road right of way right now that goes through two farm quarters or large pieces of land. And we're saying now we need to put a high, you know, grade standard road, which is ditches and all this other stuff. Whereas if we as council just stated that we are okay approving a lesser quality or lesser standard of road that allows simply for utility access, yes, it's still a right of way or a public road, but it's not, we have public roads that aren't high grade standard. Right. And so I don't see a problem with this. We just need to do it the right way. But I agree that we can't call it an undeveloped, but I think that we just need to approve the variance and then change the standards so that we have an option for things like this when they come up.
Dustin and then Kim.
And I would agree with that sentiment. We have so many roads in this county that if we're talking about any time we touch a road, it's not an unimproved road allowance anymore. You look at some of these roads that we've done in the last little while with that unimproved road allowance program. Well, Jesus, they're nicer than some of the county roads we have that are what we would consider a low grade standard. So we have these low-grade standard roads, we have these medium-grade standard roads, we have our high-grade standard roads being a 9 and 8 and a under 7-meter top on a low, and then unimproved being a dirt trail essentially. You know, we're liable no matter what when it comes to these, because the second we touch it with a grader, it's improved.
That's right.
So they've all been touched at the end of the day. So we're liable across the board for all of them. So when I look at something like this, it is our decision as council if we want, of what standard we want this road to be, not worrying about it being liable that we're building it to a lower standard, because we're liable anyways, no matter, because we have so many more that are like that. So that's where I think we stand, is we have to look at it as, are we okay with this being a low-grade standard road?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So when we started this project, just want to give some history because we have some new members on council. When we started this project, we started with a certain road standard, and then we met with the developers, we met with council, we came back and we've reduced it 3 times to a low grade standard, which is 0.6 elevation, so about that high of elevation, so it allows you, the lowest standard, to allow you to have ditch drainage or drainage from the roadway, and a 7-meter top. So that's quite a bit of reduction in our existing standards, and that was after talking with 40 Mile, which are having problems right now with their wind energy roads. And so that's why we went with this standard. And right now we actually, as Kayleen alluded to, is we have a couple other projects, 6 other projects that are kind of waiting for this motion to see if we're going to alter our standard, and then so that's part of what we were alluding to, is that this will be coming back to a case-by-case basis, which is fine. I just wanted people to know that we did, it's not a high-grade standard. We did reduce our level of standards. So now with this standard, we can't have road drainage. So with this, I think part of this application is to have some low-level crossings. So you're going to go over a little ridge, and you're going to just come into a water hole, right? So we'll have to, they'll take on the liability. So somebody would have to sign that because there's a libelous points when it comes to roadside drainage. So anyway, I just wanted to give from a perspective of safety and maintenance.
And where is the letter that says they're going to take care of this for the duration? You said there was a letter, Richard. Where's? It, 112.
Can I comment?
Yep.
I do worry about precedent. I really do. But I think that when a unique situation like this comes forward, and it is by the landowner, like I said, as council, we need to look at this closely and see if there's some kind of a compromise that can come out. I mean, you don't have to change anything in our road use agreement that you're going to be signing with the future contractors, because unless it's a situation where they actually come back and bring the same thing forward, in most cases, because the land isn't going to be this bad, they're probably going to be more than happy with an undeveloped road, with a higher grade road. My thoughts here are, if we can't see our way clear to accept this as an undeveloped road allowance, then we should probably pull our policy that we have for improving undeveloped road allowances. Because we spend money and we fill holes, we put culverts in some places, but other places we don't. There's still water problems on those roads, but we took that on and we knew, we have liability on every road that we do, but we should just forget about that policy then, if we can't accept this one.
Shane?
Well, Richard, I bet if we talk to a lawyer The moment you touch a road with gravel or something, you've developed it. An undeveloped road allowance, to my opinion, is out in the prairie. It's not even fenced. You don't even know where it's at. It's all part of the prairie. It's undeveloped. But as soon as we touch it with gravel or a grader, anything, it no longer becomes, in my opinion, an undeveloped road allowance. And I really think a lawyer would say the same thing. You've developed it. So let's get this out of our heads, I feel, about undeveloped. It's to the standard. What standard do we want it? Why do they want it so low? Because of farming practices, I understand. So they don't have to go around or lift their cultivator or not. But if you're going around windmills, you might have to lift your cultivator too. But for us to sit here and say undeveloped, I think we're wrong. Underdeveloped. Well, but you've touched them. I think if a lawyer said, as soon as you touch it, it becomes a developed. Ken? I'll put you on the spot. You're an engineer. What do you think?
In most municipalities, they refer to it a field access, not an undeveloped road allowance, because there's always an improvement. So when the road study was done in 2013, the recommendations called field access, local collector, and arterial. It was not implemented, and that's what the most road, so that's using a high road standard and all that causes some confusion. But all right-of-ways have some improvement. It might be, excuse me, it might be the undeveloped road, adding some gravel or what have you. But that's the thing, it's a field access, a local road, arterial road, or a collector road. And that just wasn't implemented. I think that would add, doing something, adding that, those designations that was done in the road study would help a lot with clarification of when we discuss roads and the types of roads. And that's probably going to be a discussion point, I believe, at strategic planning. I think that's a discussion point that was on everybody's, the pre-questionnaire.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for alternate recommendation number 1. We allow the variance with the conditions outlined in the proposal and take adequate security for performance bond to ensure performance outline of the development and enter into a road use agreement for the lifetime of the project. Yeah, it's up on the board there. So with that, with the way that's worded there, that includes that letter that came, that we're reading in this. Is that correct?
That was received on Thursday from EDF. The letter in your package.
So do you want to reference that motion to that letter, Richard?
112 and 113 is the letter, and then subsequent information to follow.
So Richard can add to this motion that it references to that letter that's in here too?
We
Just for clarification, or
could
do we
add that the letter submitted by EDF Renewables forms part of these minutes, is attached to and forms part of these minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
So in the binder that's kept forever, this letter will be attached, and all the information that they supplied will be attached to the minutes of this meeting.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm just reading to see if it says undeveloped road allowance anywhere in there. That I'd like that taken out, that letter.
No, it doesn't say that.
Deviation. Okay.
All right, any other questions? I'll ask for the vote. Vote. Okay, that's carried. All right. 11.2, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was asked to bring back with some more information, the bylaw, 2021 bylaw services update. And there are some questions about miscellaneous. That is on page 157.
Yes.
Anything else, Jeffrey, on that? That's good? And the pie chart is bigger. Yay, Sean again. Another yay, Sean.
Yeah, that's all we requested, Michelle.
Thank you. It was way easier to read. It was. And I'll make a motion to accept for information.
Any other comments or questions on it? Now that we can see it. Very good job fixing that up. Not seeing anything? Vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2021 Emergency Services Incident statistics. Just clarification was asked to bring back what other calls were, and that has been identified. Right, Jeffrey? That's it?
Just clarification on that. I guess we'll let our new counselor move this for information so he gets his name on the book.
Do you want to move?
No, that's too soon for that. Okay, have a motion on the floor to receive for information. Vote. Carried. All right, we're gonna go in closed. That turns into a smoke break, and then it's a whole ordeal for weather checking.
No, there'll be no weather.
He's not really here when he is here. Yeah.
Have a good week, everybody.
Bye, Robin.